Oh, oh, the mic speak. I'm always paranoid that's streaming or stream. My internet went earlier, so my stream abruptly stopped. um, so and the camera's not online. Let's see what we do. So depth. We will select the render. Hmm. All right, so what I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to pixelize or use this pixelizer to see if I can do some trickery here. So rendering. Anti-aliasing to none. And depth texture, use pipeline settings. Okay. We're going to go ortho. Oh, Lord and mercy. They put me in hearse. Now I need to add. I take this over here, so I have to keep flip-flopping. Snap SRP. Snaps the position of games objects within a rendered sample. Control Alt F. How the hell? I don't know. All right, now I need to objects can be pixelized into macro pixels. Let's take this building and do it. Of course, it's just not in a group at all. It's just placed. Fantastic. Probably not going to use this assets. I don't know why I'm going to fight with it, but let's try it. Metal tiling, okay. Anti-aliasing disabled. USA disabled. Where is that option? Quality HDR. Output. Some target for sugar. Wow. You can create your own palettes, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to use this shit, but try one more time. Yeah, I don't want to dick with this. I'm just going to update the textures. I don't want to process. Again, everything's going to have to be, yeah, not worth it. Not worth it. Instead, let's just work on finding the textures that are going to fit my needs, and let's just move on from there. Special type of texture. During normal map for a pixel art sprite is a straightforward process with modern tools. Create a height map. The first step, generate grayscale map from the original color sprite. A height map represents volume where the pixels are the highest points closer to the viewer and the black pixels are the lowest. Areas like the nose, chest, knees would be lighter, where recesses would be darker. That's not what I want. All right, so sorry, I've been spaced. Trying to come up with a way to create pixel art textures quickly from my existing assets would be nice, but if not, we'll do what we do. I do like this water. It's very snazzy, and I'm probably going to get it. Where in the hell? Open with paint. Interesting. How in the hell are they doing that? Let's test. It looks like there's texture information there, but when you open it up, nothing. Whatever. I was working on a water shader, but I believe what I'm going to do. So I fixed this water shader, and because it is broken from the UND6 upgrade, but just not loving it. It's not it. This one's tested in 6.0. Want to complement this pack with beautiful skies, cozy voxel sky. Not really. Let's get her going. I'm going to use a sprite to do some texture work. I've got Photoshop, but I don't know. I think a sprite's just going to really probably be more handy, but we'll find out. So what I'm trying to do is set up a scene, and I've got a good start here. You know, like I got the terrain, I got some stuff going on. It's looking good-ish. Right. So this is a 256 by 256 texture. It's probably the highest I want to go for a lot of these assets. Because 512 by 512 is probably going to be too much. Where's the solution? CMake, Visual Studio. That's all in. C++, isn't it? How goes it? It is you know, I highly recommend anyone and everybody grow a beard. It's a great thing. How's it going tonight? The Gora Verta? Are you also a beard wearing enthusiast? I've actually got I got rated the other day because my beard, this ex AAA developer who's now an indie was like getting ready to raid someone, and like he's like, oh, yep, I got to give it to him. He's got the bigger beard. So the beard helps out in ways you would never think. It really does. I'm just dicking around, but I'm doing kind of more art kind of work right now. Really, I should be doing other things or coding. But I'm trying to get a visual style that's, close enough to what I'm looking for. Windows 11 SDK, get the source code. Pull submodule update. And compiled version. Thought I had. I thought I owned this guy, but I don't see the option here. Oops. Yeah, fuck it, I'll just use Photoshop. I'll learn how to compile that guy later. So I've been doing a little bit of level design, kind of just toying around with a certain terrain, this terrain here. Trying to make a small town, some bridges, castles. Going for that Octopath Traveler look, so like trying to generate more textures and assets that match that look. So I got the terrain pretty good. Got the trees right. Let's see here. It's really just trying to find some textures that really kind of fit the bill, or more textures than what I have. This water here is also going to be, pretty sure I'm going to use this water shader. It looks really good. Got that crunchy pixelness. I was working this water shader, but it's just not what I want. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. That way this will make some progress here. What are you up to tonight? Anything fun? Hold on, I got two. Very nice. Stay with me. All right, so I've got my pixel water. I've got most of everything pixelated asset wise in here. I was gonna pixelize this guy here, but they're using squash UVs with a palette texture, and these trees obviously got to go. And then some of the geometry is it's just too blocky and so I'm probably not going to go with this castle. I'm going to stick with my set over here. Well, this guy for now, just because he's got the chunkiness. So next we'll have the water chunky, and then I will get back to game dev. So we're going to delete Bozo. Spent, I don't know, 40 minutes fixing that water shader. It still just doesn't look right. Or it just doesn't fit. I did a bunch of Ultima Online work yesterday. Yesterday. Hold on just a sec. One sec, I'll be right back. This might be what I was looking for. Oh, this is for characters. I do need to put that in the, or put that in the project. Well, that should be in a separate project, not the main game. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, got some water and got a little snack. Alrighty, alrighty. So I'm going to create a little pixel town to it just helps me develop when I've got like an environment that's better than Or it's not, doesn't really help me develop it. I just, at this point, I would rather do that than work on a flat plane in kind of a debug scene. So it is what it is. Putting all my existing pixel assets in here so I can build up this. One thing is, as you can see, I've got that character kind of shrunk down from some other test. So let's go ortho. Now the assets that are in here, tree density, height, this tree for scale. Then I guess this grass too. Oops. That's better. Now, how much compared to the actual tile size is pretty big. So ultimately what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna decrease the scale of the environment assets. But for now, I'll just keep this here. Let's replace the water with the pixelated water. So we're gonna delete you. And then we're going to get rid of that asset that I spent time fixing its damn shader. Stay with me. Now, obviously this is more detailed than I would want, but I'm curious what it'll look like with this bark texture. Not good. Not good at all. I would have to update an atlas too, so I'm not playing with that. In fact, I'm going to get rid of all of this art here, or this stuff, because I brought it in purely for the terrain. So goodbye. Wait. That's what I thought. Let's go to art, art textures, frame. I don't think this is being leveraged, but I want to make sure before I delete it. There it is. M terrain. So all right, it's cleanup time. Fonts, materials, models, resources. Where is voxel nest? There he is. Scene prefabs. The shaders create using shader graph is fully editable. It works best with perspective cameras, compatible with URP reflection probes. Enable them in your scene settings. Okay. Oh, look at that chunkiness. So chunky. I love it. That is a great. Oh, that vibes so well with the rest of it. Like, yes. The vibe is there. I found my water. It's beautiful. All right, now we got chunkiness, chunkiness, chunkiness. All right, we're getting rid of this bad boy. I mean, some of the assets here, if I gave them, the problem is the UVs on these guys, I bet you are they're all squashed, and I'll have to unpack them and redo all the UVs to get these guys right. Whereas if I took another village asset, that is already, that isn't palette, or basically the UVs aren't squashed and it's using a palette texture, which I 100% know this thing is. So let's get rid of it. Bye. All right, let's go back over here. So see how you got like darkness here, even though I got the light at 1, like could keep jacking it up, but still you're going to get washed out and whatnot. So a trick you can do is you have 2 directional lights, but one does not cast shadows. This one is just like so they're both looking down like that, right? The second one is the secondary light, and it's going to be facing opposite direction or wherever it looks best. So if I go here and I take it like that, so now you see I got 2 of them like this, and now I got some nice, everything's evenly lit. And if I want, I can turn down stuff, but you don't end up with this situation where you got real dark side, right? So this is, I don't know if this is right or not, but I've learned it from somewhere, and it's been pretty consistently awesome. And for the visual look I'm going for here, I like it because I don't want to have real grody dark spots during the day. All right. Oh man, it's looking good. I'm gonna hit play here in just a second. So we're gonna turn off time. Where are you at, time manager? Hit play. And let's see what she looks like. Got crunchy pixels on the ground, got crunchy trees and grass, got flowers, got a crunchy castle. Need to make sure I can't walk in there. Flowers too damn tall. I need to get camera zoom. And I think I'm gonna allow camera rotation. So I need to billboard the character sprites. I was gonna go with a real blocky kind of Minecraft looking world, but I don't know. I'm thinking I'm gonna go with terrain now. And I've got noise data. Yeah. All right. Let's get a billboarding script real quick. Step tempo, low growth flora, billboard script. Probably got a ton of them. A billboarding script would be a utility script. Stay with me. Okay, so the camera is Cinemachine. I need a camera script now. An orbiting camera script. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. I can try to find one, but I'm most likely going to have to create one. Yeah, I'm just going to make one. Yes, I am. How's everybody doing out there tonight? Doing good? Yeah, that camera's probably not going to work. That camera's not going to rotate. Yeah, because I'm going to be going away from a static camera that's looking down like this and allow you to probably at like a 45. I gotta dial down the water turbulence. Foam, spread, deep color, wave depth. That's probably good. I like where the height wise, that's where I kind of want it. I think. Now that how will the camera controller move? Then if I'm holding shift, so ADOM, the new ADOM is, I kind of think that's what I want to do. Like this abandoned project. It has it to where you can hold control and then like this to move your camera. And it's pretty smooth, and I think it's going to fall in line with what I'm doing. RV there yet? That's a great name. Holy crap. Come on. Got smoking in it. Oh, and it's multiplayer? That's cool. I'm about to check that out sometime. So this has pretty much been abandoned, unfortunately, but see how that is. I'm great. Yeah. So that's the gist. 1 to 4. Stay with me. Just to keep the high level from getting too bloated. Yeah, well, I'll fix that in a second. It should be the Cinemachine camera, I believe. But let's just see how this works. Oh, I bet you it's watch. Yeah, it's not doing that. That's right. Because the Cinemachine brain's on the main camera, and the Cinemachine camera is what's actually the camera. Just like I originally thought, or I wanted. Grab something real quick. 2 shakes of a tail. Feather. Here's my socials, by the way, if y'all want to drop a line. Hey, Lavaca. How's you and your handle tonight? peppermint. You transform. So in the update, we're getting our stuff. And then in the late update, oh, Pixel 10 Pro XL. That's a mouthful. Is that the one that folds? No? No, it's a Pixel Fold. Just gorgeous. Well, I was going to say that one repair guy, or the guy that, you know, stress test phones or whatever, it's the first one that he had that was like, it basically caught fire. Like he was doing the stress test and like it, battery kind of imploded. So like, I don't know. I think, there's some quality issues there. Let's see if, target offset. So the sim machine follow is what needs to be manipulated. Still my same kind of thing I've been doing for the last 2 months. So it's a Elin Rimworld kind of game, colony sim, life sim kind of thing. Right now I'm kind of working on a scene for my development. I've been working on just basic scenes, but it's going to be kind of Octopath Traveler style artwork. Kind of crunchy pixels. Oh, I'm working on the camera. Well, right now I'm actually finally creating a camera controller. Let me test something here. The new Cinemachine 3, they kind of changed some of the scripts and stuff that I'm used to dealing with. So I need the follow component. Position composer. Camera offset. What did they do to my boy? You got locked in, did you? Using 3D printing to sin is what you're doing. Straight sinning. Sim machine. See, they changed up how this works. Orbit ring. Camera offset. I think this is what I want. I'm used to grabbing the framing transposer and then using that. Let me see here. Let me look at the documentation.
Hi, baby bear.
I know my cat's going to want to get up here in just like 2 seconds. I want to go out the room. There he goes. All right, cool. All righty. All righty. All the pets and people are gone. I'm going to do this. Finally doing a camera controller. I've been just kind of living with that one angle. Is that burning? Hold on. Not happy about that. Hold on. Off, on. Please don't be burning. Why would a Cintiq? This is not an OLED. Oh, sucks. So let me show you. I can see this stupid stormtrooper dude through. This is my expensive Wacom tablet. Oh no. Is that a thing? Oh, I'm so sad. Life's rough, man. You're always throwing shit your way. I'm hoping this is true. Did not go away. Well, fudge sticks. Listen here, buddy. Listen here. Hopefully, whatever that guy said, turn it off tonight, and then I'll see if it stays there. It's an LCD. Like, it shouldn't. I didn't know LCDs could do that. I thought that was just OLED thing. All right, back to the camera controller. You just can see the stormtrooper. I must just be talented. Hopefully it'll go away. Because it's not, I've had this forever too. So, and I don't know. I'm just now getting to where I'll probably use it again finally. And, ugh. Okay, okay. Listen here. You know, you're just speaking from experience. You're sitting here like, hypothetically, if that happened to someone. We all know. All right, so I need a camera rig object. Cinemachine 2 and Cinemachine 3 changed a lot. So now you no longer have. I bet you this is not going to work, but we'll see. Yeah. Well, it's kind of working. Hey, look at that. Okay, so Cinemachine 3 doesn't. So I need to probably put this on the player. The camera rig target is because then I can, whoa. What the fuck? Well, I'm getting shot into space. Okay, I guess it doesn't belong in the player. Ooh, I've almost got my little scene set up good enough, but I'm gonna do it, create a little town and stuff as soon as I can walk around. It's kind of actually a neat little effect going on here. Um, what? Okay. It's going to follow the rig. Camera rig. There we go. It's going to rotate with follow target. Hey, the silver ton. How's it going? Just trying to do a camera controller with Cinema Machine 3. Since things have changed since 2, trying to figure out all the differences. Camera rig. Oh, thank you. Working on it. Getting it there. I've added the new pixel water. Got crunchy pixels on the water. Got the crunchiness and a lot of the assets here. I'm basically building a little town here, but I'm trying to get it to where I can walk around. If you ever played Rimworld or Elin or a couple others, you'll kind of know what I'm going after gameplay wise. But right now, I'm just trying to build me a small little scene to test in, and I'm going to put a town here and on this guy here, and then a bridge here, and then a bridge that kind of goes across to this guy. So as soon as I got the camera working, pardon me, raindrop, drop top. I've been a lifelong game dev lover. Like since I was like a kid, ever since I played Final Fantasy VII when I was younger, it's what kind of started my basically my whole career. That's when I started programming. I made a Diablo 1 guild website, and I was doing RPG Maker and Game Maker and stuff when I was a teen. And then as the years went by, I got tried some other game engines, but Unity is where I've really spent a lot of my time. So I got several years under the belt, or a lot of years under the belt, really. Haven't shipped anything officially because most of my game projects die with the artist because I can't get all the art assets I need or whatnot. Or back in the day before when I was younger and I didn't have source control, um, my computer died. I've lost a couple game projects I put a lot of time into because of that. But now I use source control and backup stuff and all that. Like I work professionally as a software engineer. I do a lot of PLC programming, so I build high speed automations like big machines to package, ship, and move drugs around a pharmacy. A lot of pharmacy factory automation in my day to day. Raindrop dropped up. Now is a great time to, with all the stuff, all the YouTube tutorials and everything, man, learn to program or do game dev has never been easier. Or, learn to program and get into these kind of things, there's a lot of resources out there. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that's not it. It is indeed facing the camera, but the camera. I bet you this is it. About to go on my other project and pull the. Oh shit, that's Cinemachine 2.0. Cinemachine 3 is just different enough. What did they do to my boy? Orbit. Okay. Okay, I know what's going on now. All right, so let's go ahead and stop. Control P to hit stop playing in Unity. We're just going to have this as a transform. Camera. Target. instead of the unit, which the unit is just a script. Camera rig is parented to the player. The camera rig's probably too high. We'll go about center mass. Yeah, that's not it either, is it? So I guarantee you, yeah, why is it moving? There we go. So I think what's happening here is when the rotation matters. So that is right technically, because I want it to be looking down, but it's rotating. Camera target is our orbit point. Okay, I think I see what's going on. Okay. So the rig should not be here. Or, I mean, the script should be on here. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. should be adjusting the freaking the follow. Oh, son of a bitch. No way. So Cinemachine 3 actually it like I used to do, I had a camera controller script that worked with it, and okay, still our billboard's working. I need to put a point light on the player too, so they don't get, like right here. The quad just is like perfectly between any light source, so it's kind of dark right there. I want the player to always kind of be visible. Okay, so if we go look, orbit scale, player index, auto enable. This is like completely mouse driven, which is really strange. We're getting there. We're getting there. God, I wish it didn't do that crap. So, trying to get a camera controller working.
So you like turn.
Yeah, it's all jacked.
It's kind of weird. You'll get it eventually.
I'll get there. What are you doing?
Look, is that like it now? Like that's your actual game that you've been doing?
Yeah.
Looks better than it did last time I was up here.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing mostly
Mhm.
some level design stuff today.
It looks more shaded.
You got pixel water too. Nice
Say.
crunchy water. I want crunchy pixels is the goal.
More pixelated looking game.
Yeah.
So sometimes those are really good.
Use the same position as the tracking target. Position moves in a fixed screen space relation to target. Follow moves in a variable relation to optionally accepting player input. One hour of fucking with it and 10 minutes of reading the documentation. I bet you it'll be good. The offset is interpreted in world space relative to the origin of the tracking target. The camera will not change position when the target rotates. So technically what's happening right now, because if I go look at the player's transform, yeah, so I'm not actually, the player's billboarding, the sprite is, but the rotation's happening with the orbital camera. For each slide reader. They've changed stuff quite a bit, honestly.
Hey everyone,
Let's check it
welcome back to
out.
Launch Dev. In this video, we'll learn about the orbital and free look camera available in Unity's Cinemachine. Last time, we explored non-interactable cameras where the player doesn't influence the camera movement. Today, we'll discuss the interactable cameras. These cameras allow the player to control their movement, offering a dynamic and immersive experience. Let's get started and see how to add an interactable camera in your 3D game. To start, just install the
I don't know what it is lately, but YouTube, I've been doing numbers, man. Like there's like 60 viewers on YouTube, and I freaking love that.
Cinemachine package from the Package Manager, available in the Unity registry. Then attach Cinemachine Brain to your main camera. Now create a virtual camera Then drag and drop the objects you want your camera to follow and aim at into the follow and look at fields. In the body settings of virtual camera,
Wrong, 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 wrong. This is Cinemachine 2. This is the old stuff. Damn it.
If you're looking to set up a player-controlled orbit around a target, this is the video for you. We're going to be using Cinemachine 3, the new one, to have our camera orbit this ball in this mini golf micro game if we tap our finger or click and move our mouse on the screen. Hey, Chris here from Mom Academy. Here to help you. Ooh, me? Yes, you! Make your game dev dream become a reality by helping you have good feeling cameras. Having a good feeling camera is a very important. There's really only 4 main components that we need to achieve this effect. We need the Cinemachine brain attached to our main camera. We need a Cinemachine camera. If you used old versions of Cinemachine, this used to be called the virtual camera. We need the Cinemachine orbital follow. This used to be called the orbital transposer, and the Cinemachine axis controller. That also means that there's minimal code that we have to write to achieve this effect. Now in this video, we're going to take a look at specifically how do we implement this effect. If you're interested in a more broad how does Cinemachine orbital follow work and what are all the things we can do there, let me know in the comments and I can take a look at making that video. I wanted to focus this one on how do we make this effect, and if you want to make the same effect, this is how you do it, and you can do it in a very short time. Let's go. There's 3 main components we need, plus the Cinemachine brain, which is attached to our real camera. On a different game object than your main camera, we need to attach the Cinemachine camera. That will automatically add some of the other components that we're going to talk about as we configure it. This component is where we configure how should this camera be focused on a particular target. We've got our ball assigned as the tracking target, and procedural components we set up how will we follow it for both position and rotation. We're going to want to use the orbital follow. For rotation control, I highly encourage you to use the hard look at if you're using a ball. A lot of the other options you can end up with some weird scenarios.
Oh, that is much better. But it's like it's rotating when I move the mouse. Like I only want it to rotate when I'm holding shift, so I'll make that change with my custom controller.
Scenarios going on. And those are really the only important aspects of the camera if you have a simple scene like this with just a single camera. In Cinemachine 3, we have a much more normal interaction with these components where we can see the mono behaviors on our object. So we can come down to Cinemachine orbital follow to set up all of the configurations here. Again, I don't want to go through every single possible option. That becomes a very large video. So we're going to go through this like you want to have the same type of interaction that I've implemented here. Pick binding mode, lock to target on assign. This feels the most natural for me at least, and it locks the camera's orientation on the first frame the camera is activated. This allows the other controls to work more fluidly, in my opinion, at least for this effect. And if you choose some other ones, you can get some wonky behavior, especially while the ball is rolling. Damping is how we smooth out our movement. So you'll see there's going to be a slight delay where the ball comes a little off center, and we can really exacerbate that with a higher position damping. Where low values like 0.1 are a more subtle, smooth follow instead of a hard look at, or the more exacerbated smooth feeling of the high values. So I set up with 0.1 on all of those. You can see that rotation damping doesn't do a lot for us because we're configuring the rotation ourselves and we're not relying on the ball's rotation.
In fact, I think I changed the wrong thing. Nope. So now I can control this to get, there we go. I'll get it, I swear. I Cinemachine 2, I knew how to do this. And it's just all kind of changed. A little too much.
At all. We're going to want to use the sphere orbit style because we want to go pretty consistently around this with the same viewport. There is another very interesting option, the 3-ring, which if we come in here, we can see how this is going to work based on these configurations. The camera will try to move along one of these 3 rings depending on the height that it is. We have to adjust our vertical axis because right now I have it clamped to 1.5. So based on this config, we can see we can go up to 5. So if we just change that, then as we move the mouse up and down, we can see how this camera would go between those 3 rings, which if you wanted to provide a zoom out functionality, that might make a lot of sense. And this cool gizmo in the scene, we can adjust this.
want that.
Maybe this would make sense for you if you wanted to have like a zoom out capability and a zoom in capability. I am considering moving to this option just because larger levels, sometimes it's really beneficial if you can zoom out. But on the orbit style, I shipped it with a sphere with a radius of 3. So we can see this radius here of 3. The higher you go, the more zoomed out you get. And it's clamped based on your target offset. As we lower that, it changes our perspective. And we can, of course, also adjust the vertical axis to adjust that tilting as well. Let me reset all this. We'll also see that we have this warning here about orbital follow has no input access controller
How was that noise? Was that the video?
behavior. That's the next component we're
Sarah, what's up, my guy? Long time. How's it going? Yeah, it's working like a charm. Not. Let's go back to sphere for now. Trying to learn Cinemachine Camera 3 or Cinemachine 3.
Controller is here, and as
I'm used to the way things worked in 2.
It's enabled, and the input value is basically how fast we're turning. We can configure the sensitivity by adjusting the gain. So the default value of 1 is pretty slow to move, so I ended up settling on a value of 5. This could also be a player configuration as well. I just don't happen to have any options for configuration in this game. And you'll also see whenever we let go of the mouse or tap, this becomes disabled. That's why we're getting that warning over here. It doesn't see that we have an active Cinemachine input access controller working, because in cases where we're like grabbing the ball, I didn't want the Cinemachine input access controller to move because the players lined up whatever they're going for and they want to make their shot, right? So it's weird if you are trying to set up the power and it's moving around because you're on a phone and you're trying to do mobile touch, and it's just a horrible experience. So in my code, there's actually 2 lines of code that we have here that are very important. I've got my player controller that has a reference to our rotation input provider, and using the enhanced touch API, whenever we have finger down or finger up, let's take a look at that. Whenever the finger is placed, we see if we raycast and hit the ball. If we did not hit the ball, we're enabling the rotation input provider. If we did hit the ball, then we're not going to do that. We're going to do some other stuff. We don't need to do anything on finger move, because the rotation input provider, that Cinemachine input access controller, is handling pumping those values into the orbital follow. So on finger up, anytime you release, we're just going to disable that input provider again. That's the only.
I'm not doing touch, obviously. It is a Cinemachine input access controller. here, if holding shift, enable it. Else. And then let's not do any of this jazz right now. Because it's doing what I want, but right now it's doing it when there's no key. Or automatically without a. Where the hell did that option go? I probably shouldn't edit that for right now. Okay, so all these settings are just hogwash at the moment. And when I want to zoom out, I want to tweak the, not that, not that. So it's kind of going to be a mix of Y offset and Z offset when I want to do that. Orbital follower, one space, sign. There. All right, let's give it another shot. There we go. I'm holding shift and I can move the camera. I didn't like that, but it's not orbiting. It's the up and down mouse movement that is weird. Little Y. Stab it. That is not how you orbit. we go. Now what I want to do is if I move my rig, I guess it would be the Z is like taking it out. It's not what I want. Yep, it was the Z offset that was causing the weirdness. And if I want to zoom, I would increase the X. I need to get the mouse needs to stay locked on the window. It's driving me crazy. I need to do that. Determines whether the hardware pointer is locked to the center of the view, constrained to the window, or I had a little cursor script. Where is it? I use the little like gauntlet, like the old MMOs and stuff. Oh, okay. So if I close this bad boy, there we go, get rid of that. There we go, we got a nice little cursor. It's not locked to the window. The heel. Oh, you know, it's just what is your malfunction? Sphere, lock the target on a sign. We got the damp. 5. we go. Good enough for now. I'm gonna get back to building the town now. I'm not tick with this no more. I'll programmatically adjust the radius is okay. So radius is gonna be my zoom, and then let's take the offset to here. So as we get closer, oops. The offset should be 0, and then radius. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Now my depth of field or my post-processing is going to have to adjust based off of the current, yeah, okay. So we're going Octopath Traveler kind of vibes, but you'll be able to turn off those effects if you don't like them, because some people like the Octopath Traveler, like bloom and depth of field, but some don't. All right, actually, let's go ahead and... Oh, I didn't save. That's why it's not confined. Silly goose. I love how outdated. You would think that the Copilot and all that would detect that I'm not using Cinemachine 2 and stop offering me those objects. I guess they're still out there but they're just the obsoleted, or they have the obsolescence attribute, so maybe that's why. Orbit. So now when we do this, now keep that. All right. So like again, I'm going to play with the camera controller right now. I'm not set in stone, but I'm getting there. I've had it basically parented to the player so long now. It just, I wasn't doing anything special. So the radius of 7 is the closest you can zoom in. And then I want the Y offset to change as you come in and out. So let's go 7, 0. So 7 and 0, and then as the radius goes up, oh, what is that? What equation would be good here? So let's say, okay, let's say 25, or no, let's do 30. Honestly, maybe I don't even care about offsetting. keep it 0. And then I could move the camera rig. We're learning. We're learning. I've got to get the grass lod to render further away. I'm going to do that next, actually, so this looks good. I don't want to get up to where you kind of see down into the details, like the grass and stuff, because it looks like crap. I want to keep it relatively angled. Honestly, 0 just feels kind of right. So we'll call 50 the max zoom out, right? And then no Y manipulation. Desired min max, so 750 zoom speed. I don't like carpal tunnel, so let's go 20. And then update those in the inspector. Now rotation, we aren't actually affecting this. So I'm gonna get rid of that. How much above the unit to orbit? Okay, so that's, don't think I need these right now either. They're not factoring in. Desired distance, current distance. I'll come back and delete these here in just a second. We're so close to that controller. Camera rig, I don't think I want it. I wonder if these volume settings. Let's go to let's play with the depth of field to see. So let's go back to 50, and then let me turn off these toolkit UIs. Also, does the Cinemachine brain control, or not? Sorry. Volume settings. So where I had it, so let's go to 7 and get it looking right at 7. So this is the, I mean, that number doesn't matter. That looks good there. So 713. Let me oh, I created a notes app. Or a way to create or take notes. Util note editor. Volume camera notes. So camera radius focus two focus length we're at 117 aperture is 1.4. So that looks good there. Now we're going to do camera radius 50. That way we got some blurring in the background. You'd almost want to see better in the distance there, so let me about there. So we'll call it 32.1. 117, 1.4. We'll leave those alone. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get the volume. I probably want a centralized place for volume manipulation logic. That way I don't have a bunch of crap all over the place, like changing volume settings on me. I really wish it wouldn't put comments, man, like, because I just got to go delete them. Bye-bye. Goodbye. And really, camera controller is not where I should be doing cursor logic, but I'll come back to that later. should name this camera manager. Oh wait, I didn't do the shit. How would I lerp or interpolate between 7 and 50 my depth of field value? I can't remember what that's called. I'll figure it out. Oh, it's so buttery. Radius is not updating. So let's put a breakpoint right here, attached to Unity. Oh, I've never said it, that's why. I'm a silly goose. And I don't think I need the camera controller script on here, but you know, whatever. Oh God, what is that concept? It's where I want to clamp between 7, or sorry, what's my notes say? 13, we'll just call it 13 to 32. So focus distance. Well, we need to get the depth of field effect out, probably, unless it's directly accessible. Nope. I guess those are components on a volume. I've never actually focus tracking point. Focal distance or length? Distance. Let's just see what that looks like, because basically it's going to map it to the same scroll speed. Appreciate y'all being with me tonight out there. YouTube, you've been amazing. Unless I'm just getting hit by a bunch of bots. It's kind of crazy having this many viewers. Lavaca, are you still there? Or Sorrow? I guess I can test this on my side. I haven't. No, I've got YouTube comments recently. I don't know, like, I feel like maybe the comments are like, people can't enter the chats. No, I've got YouTube comments recently. I don't know, like, I feel like maybe the comments are like, people can't enter the chats. No, okay. No, I've got YouTube comments recently. To attach a volume settings profile to the camera, the volume settings extension holds the volume profile asset to apply to a Cinemachine camera when it is activated. If the camera is blending with another Cinemachine camera, then the blend weight is applied to the settings. Volume component. Set up volume, troubleshooting. Post-processing effect availability reference. How do I get the damn component? Well, one, I don't want to be. I don't want to be doing a get component right here, anyways. Depth of field. Think it'll work? You think it'll work? It's probably not going to work. Here's my socials, my link tree if y'all want to follow me on any jazz. $71. Crazy. Crazy numbers. I don't believe them. Don't believe them. Oh, right. So I need to do... Unity 6.2, set volume, depth, field, and script. So I'm okay. This is a volume that I want. There's no component on the thing that I was doing. So this would be volume dot get the flag brush. So many lines. Just to be sure, have you checked manually or programmatically the parent override called focus mode? You have to change DFR focus start value instead of DF focus. This is from 2024. Deving it up. Big time in the city. How's it going out there? Hopefully I sparked some fires under some butts in the old Yo Assets Discord. I think I showed them the way. Hopefully someone follows that through. Most likely I'll end up figuring it out and then go. What is it? Depth of field. Well, Devil Crab had pinged me, and me and him were chatting on Discord, and he basically is what kind of got me started on that. He's like, he was showing me what he's doing, and he was able to, you know, update walls and create new stuff, but it was a pain in the butt because he had to go piece by piece, put it in Affinity, line it up per pixel, clean up the edges, all this stuff. And I was like, he's like, so what was he wanted my professional advice. He's like, what's a way I can approach this? And I was like, well, really, if to make this simple and you can just do it fast, you know, you would want to pack the texture up, every tile on the texture, and be able to record that and chop it back up. And that's how I got onto that yesterday. I think I worked on that till like 1 a.m. and then I was just like, I'm done for now. If I don't find how to grab this value, this is from 2020. Some of that stuff was just cool though, like what was it? The graffiti one and stuff was really neat. The blood and gore one was really cool too. If someone could figure out how to make this work where you could still have the blood at like the base of the wall, that would be so good. Talk to you later, man. There could be more than one volume blending at a time. You need post-processing layer. It should be in your camera. I have a I use the code you gave me in script. I don't believe that's right. We'll see. I think that's the old school way of doing it. Or not. Oh, if that's true, then because there can be more than one volume affecting the scene and they can be blending together, you want to get the processing layer and then set the blur amount. All this works. I just don't like that I have to get the active volumes and the update. Oh wait, I don't have to call that every update. That's right. So I will take this and put it, or let's just make this a method. Distance divided by 2. So take this, control period, extract method. We'll call it set depth of field. And it will only call it when I'm scrolling the mouse wheel. It does it, so it won't do it every frame now. Desired distance, max distance. This will be the and now I can get rid of distance. Well, I guess I can keep it around. I don't need it, no. Let's just do this. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. At least I can see the distance. I think this should be read-only, but the script's going to override me. Whatever. All right, so let's set that, hit, and try it out. Seems to get warmer in here. Gotta take off the old cardigan. Oh, I got to set the post-processing layer. That will come from the camera. Yeah, this feels like the old way of doing it.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Welcome to Speed Tutor, and today I'm going to show you how to control and work with post-processing in URP, whether you want to be able to swap post-processing profiles, to be able to disable post-processing altogether, or to be able to affect specific parameters of the actual post-processing, like in the example, to change the bloom and the intensity with one click of a button. So do be sure profile that we want to create. So I'm going to have serialized field, private, and then set this as volume. Now, as you can see, volume can't be selected because it doesn't work. Now, if we go to the top, we need to use a specific namespace using a Unity engine dot rendering, and then we can select the volume that we need, and we can just call this our post-processing volume, so we can keep this nice and straightforward. We did want to be able to disable and enable our effects, so I'm just going to create a quick boolean to be able to disable any post-processing if we need to. And then in my next section, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reference volume profiles. So I'm going to have a main profile and a secondary profile, what we're going to switch to. So then what I'm going to have is two public methods, which I'm going to just change these on button presses to make it easier in the example. So the main button will be to change the main process, and then the second one to the secondary. So to be able to do that, we want to have the post-processing volume dot profile is then equal to whichever profile that we want it to be equal to. So we'll say post profile main, and that will be able to set it to that profile.
Okay. But Pixel Perfect camera requires a camera using a 2D renderer. Yeah, this is the old shit, I'm pretty sure. Because if I go to the actual volume, and I click on this guy, this is the new stuff. Volume profile. Okay. So that one instruction was BS. I'm not gonna have multiple volumes right now, so I don't care. So I'm just gonna do volume profile.
If we press that button, and this one we can set it to the secondary, so we can test that out. Now we need to make sure that we add the volume that we're going to use, so we can just add itself. You could have found this in start, but I'm just going to add the volume itself, and then I will find the normal it's able to set it to that profile.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to swap whatchamacallits. So I got like a blend of the old and the new code. Okay. And then get rid of this. volume component. Okay, I think I'm doing the same shit. Why do they have to make this so stop it? Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, fuck. Am I using the wrong namespace? Finally. Oh my god, I had the wrong namespace. Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. I guess the post processing is the old namespace, probably. Since I'm always going with the shared profile must be what the layer is now. So I'm only going to do this once. To save on processing power. And if I get trickier in the future, I will whatever. So now I just need a null check. What's going on with this keyboard? Okay, we're set. Finally. And watch it still don't work. I'll cry. I will cry in front of all of you. I will cry so hard. These errors are an editor bug. Like I gotta close UI or Unity and open it again, and then I think my library cache. I've seen this a lot with 6.2. It doesn't harm anything. It's like an editor bug, but of course, didn't work. Oh, because I didn't set it. I was about to scream. No errors. Look at that. Oh, I'm dividing. I forgot. How do I, or let's just do this. We're going to do math.clamp. So this will let me tweak it in the inspector. The fuck just happened? Oh. Oh, it's focus distance. Shit. Now we will default these bad boys to, what did we say? $13.32. If focus distance Cannot think of the math function I want here. It's basically like a clamp, but a normalized clamp or some shit. Actually, I should just be saying that. Focus length men should be 13 when the. All right, let me reword that. Hold on. When min distance when the distance is equal to the min distance shit, I need a value to keep track of it. I misspelled length. No, wait, it's not length at all, it's distance. What the fuck am I doing? Time is it? 10:12. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Spent way too much time on this camera controller. But it's gonna be fly. We'll call it 25 to start. When distance is equal to min distance, the should be the min, or focus min. Interp. Fuck, I don't have words, man. Words aren't coming to me. Normalize distance and 0 to 1. Oh, I knew it. It's something like that. So it's normalized then lerp. We'll see. Yep. I guess I don't even need to pass that parameter now, but just in case I ever want to change it outside of here, I will. All right, so let's see if this works. What are we at here? We are at 50. All right, so play. Hey, like them apples. Fuck yes. So if we go down here, we can watch the value. So here's 32. $13. Oh, another thing we gotta change. So let's hit stop. I don't mean to keep fucking shipped. 750. This should be read only. Zoom speed, we're going 30. I really don't even care to see this. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Whatever, let's just do it. All right, let's see what our current values are. We have a radius of 18, 23, 13 is where we stopped. Now, if I am angled down, oh shit. We need a collider. Not a collider, but oh, I know what it is. It is a. This has probably changed too since I've done it. Confiner 3D. Must be a box collider, sphere collider. No, not that. It's got to count for the entire world. D collider. I probably named it some dumb shit. De-occluder? Man, if that is what I think it is. So those trees probably don't have colliders on them. Sweet, that's working. So I can't go through the ground. Oh, never mind. Oh wait, I bet you the ground is not ground. It is ground. Oh, the water plane is not. I'm okay. I'm okay. This is okay. Do terrain's not. Terrain's got to have a collider. Like, yeah, they do. They do. Terrain collider. If it hits a collider above the camera and the collider is in one of the specified terrain layers, the camera is moved upwards to hit the point. Obstacles on a specific layer that overlap the camera are detected and the camera is moved out of them in the direction of the camera target. If the camera sphere does not actually intersect an object, it will not be moved. If a layer was present in both the terrain resolution layer and the layer, then the layer will be considered by the terrain algorithm only, and not by the obstacle detection algorithm. How the hell did it jump up to me? I don't know if I should allow them to go up and down. It's cool, but I don't have to think about I don't have to worry about the camera clipping in the ground if I don't let them jiggle it. I need to get the grass to render farther. All right, so let's do the grass real quick. Take a break from this. Take a break. Let's do some level design. Camera's working good enough. I'll tweak all the settings later. Much better. Okay, let's test that out. Yeah, because LOD2 is pretty sufficient. Yeah, I can see the grass further from me now. Is there no grass over there? No, really? So what is my take on camera up and down? I say no. Because if I gotta be able to look off into the distance, I gotta render a whole bunch more shit, and I gotta be more cognizant of the Greek tragedies of, things. Yeah, this is gonna be so cool. All right. I'll clamp it. Like, I gotta find a way to clamp the vertical axis. Oh, I think I can. Center, range, neg 10. So we're at 17 here. Let's say clamping at 17. 18, and then 45. This feels good. There we go. Beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. We'll leave that at lock 2 on assignment. Really don't know the difference. I didn't feel them too much. You can't look up at the stars in the sky. All right. We have a camera controller that works for the most part. Will All right, let's build a little town. Let's build a little town. Oh, yep, this is Unity. Unity. My boo Unity. Oh, did I get rid of all my bridges and thingies? No, I didn't. I got stuff. How's it going now, lasagna hammer? Listen, I love lasagna, and I'm not going to take a hammer to it. Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Making some good progress here. The visualization or the graphical style is starting to come together too. So I got my chunky pixels everywhere. Got my chunky graphics, kind of Octopath Traveler vibes going on. If you've ever played that or seen it. Mountains. Me? Forever, really. Well, I've been learning. It's been a lifelong pursuit. When I was a teen, I was making games. Like I played Final Fantasy VII back in the 90s, and I was like, oh crap, I want to, or how do you, or it got me into making video games and programming in general. And then from there, it's just been, I've had a lifelong love of programming. So yeah, that game kind of kicked it all off and kind of led to my career and my hobbies here, as you can see. Oh, it's a great hobby, man. I enjoy it thoroughly. I'm only 2 months into this game project here. Well, a little over 2 months. What is it? August 4th is kind of where I started. Well, I guess I'm closer to 3 months, maybe. But I got a lot of stuff done. There's a lot of systems built, and right now I'm just playing with camera controller and trying to create me a little scene. Is there no... Ooh, hold on. I got dirt now. Let's go here. Paint. Road. Yeah, you use the tile or tile grid. Tile map, I think it was called.
Making your game art in tiles, select one of them. We can either change.
So here's
the
like your
sprite
tile
that the
palette
tile
right here.
uses. We can tint it.
And
We
then
also
you
want to
can
make
kind
sure
of
to
paint, and you can set up rules so like it'll automatically put the proper pieces and stuff. So like here, this is set up to, or these are all like tiles, but they also have rules to where as you're painting, it'll automatically make it look good, like put the appropriate tile at corners and all that. Yeah, they got a really in-depth tool for that. You just add like, I think you just have to add a tile map to your scene. Oh, not so blocky? Oh, wait, are you wanting a non 2D tile map? Because 2D is just going to be in the X and Y coordinates, you know, like you're painting in 2D space, right? I gotta stop this yawning. I think you're looking for, yeah, I think what you're thinking of is like 2.5D. So like, you know, like this, I guess, or if you want to use like the in 3D, this is a terrain right here. So like if I come over here, this is a Unity terrain. So I click on it, I can start painting stuff. So like right here, I'm gonna raise up these divots here. So I'm gonna click like right there, increase my size. Whoop, way too big. Whoops. Yeah, if you have a visual reference of a game that you're kind of look or a game you're targeting, I can tell you how you would accomplish it. Hey TBF, how's it going? Two frothy beards. Oh, I just got rated. Man, my alerts are not going off.
Awesome to the max.
Beard bros for life.
Awesome. Awesome to the max.
I think this is yesterday I got, or 2 days ago I got rated because of having a beard, and now I got rated again, I believe. How you guys doing tonight? Let me see the numbers here. Oh, nice. Yeah, like this is paying off, man. This is a raid machine. Don't think them yet. You know, it's fine. It's fine. How you guys doing? What were you guys doing? Were you Devin earlier? Yeah, what were you streaming? Yeah, so Rimworld's I'm still don't have a name for the game, so I keep the stream. Oh, really? Sweet. Yeah, I love Rimworld. So I've got let me show you this then. Let me show you the systems I've already got built here in the last 2.5 months. So let me hit play. You can get kind of a look for what visually it's going to kind of look like. It's like Octopath Traveler, but instead of you controlling your god view, you actually have your protagonist, and you're going to control your pawns, and you'll control it a little bit differently, but so this is kind of the visuals I'm going for here. I got the chunky pixels all over the place. So I got the Octopath look going pretty nicely. And then, yeah, I got the chunkiness. And then let me show you from the start, or the world. So I did a lot of research into Rimworld's developers' processes and like how he built the game and all that stuff. And I've just been, and if you guys know what Elin is too, I'm kind of marrying those two games together. But I'm building it with controller support from the forefront, because I love Rimworld, I love Elin, but I can't mouse and keyboard game as long as I can play with a controller. It's not as comfortable. So I want a version of Rimworld and Elin where everything from the beginning was thought with controllers. And you can menu too. The way I'm doing menus, like your left hand, just like in Blender, most functions are right there on the left side of the keyboard. You can menu. This menu here kind of showcases my menuing philosophy. If you played older roguelikes or like Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, actually, let me turn the menu on. Forgot. So here, I can hit like 1, 2. I can switch the categories with like 0A and go A, go back 1, 2, 3, 4 to 9. And then here's the keybind for these. So say I want to build, I can open this menu, I can hit E, I can then, I can page with my left hand, and then I can increase the quantities and then hit C to craft. But basically every menu, all the elements that are interactable will have a keybind automatically to the keyboard and will stay focused on your left side. So you can I could basically open this menu, decide to quickly craft 4 red dawn swords, and then get out of the menu. So you're going to be able to menu super fast once you get familiar with that. And the controller, I've got that. You're going to be able to menu just like that too. But I haven't got that far yet because I got to get the glyphs and all the stuff, the UI elements, to switch over to the controller glyphs. Now let me show you so I got my planet generation and my character generation screens, and you're about to see some real inspiration that I had. So these are all systems too I've hand rolled myself in the last 2.5 months. No, I've been trying to think of a name, man. Like that's the hardest thing, is to come up with a name. Like, I am open to ideas. So if you know Arcanum, it's the world, there's magic and technology in the world, right? But they don't mix together well, like, and stuff. If anyone knows Arcanum, you'll know kind of the vibe I'm going for lore wise. All right, so here is the world map, just like in let me zoom out here. So this plane here represents the local map data. Let me get my triplanar shader on. Now the road networks are really buggy and the road generation still not good, but these yellow dots are settlements. And they tries to connect settlements with roads. And then I don't have a controller on it quite yet. But just like in Rimworld, you can, like, if you want up here, like I click here, the temperature is like -11 or Celsius, or and all the hilliness and whatnot. So as I click around here and I try to find a spot to start my colony, you can see the Perlin noise data over here and the representation of that. And you see there's a river in this one. Yeah, it is. It is. But, you know, it's kind of a use case, too. This game is kind of a use case for a keynote speech I'm going to be giving at the University of British Columbia, one of the top colleges in the world, on AI and automation and stuff. But all these systems I've rolled by self using, and the workflow I'm doing is I do a deep research report. I find, let's say I want to build this feature, so the procedural planet. I do a deep research report. I analyze it, I tweak it if I need to, and then I create a project plan out of that. And that project plan is how I keep me, my ADHD ass, and if I'm using AI to build the feature out, on track, and I can take that project plan anywhere with me. And then two, like the G Drive. I'm addicted to deep research reports on Gemini. Like, oh my God, I've learned so much from them. Oh wait, no, this is not it. So this is all the different types of deep research reports I've done. So like, here's like Rimworld spawn system in Unity. So this is a real deep research on how to implement Rimworld's pawn system. So you got, like, I went with the GOP, or the goal oriented action planning version, and it's basically what Rimworld did too, architecturally. But I take this document and then I will create a project plan from it, and I work through it, and I have the AI, or I update it as I go. And that's kind of the workflow that I'm kind of using to showcase that. But so you go from here to your planet gen. Now you go to character creation. And I'm learning the UI toolkit, the new UI technology in Unity, and I freaking love it. But this is my first UI toolkit interface that I built. And you'll see some similarities here. Oop. So if you can't tell where this got inspired from. So you got your my name generation code right now. I made it simpler because I was creating two, like, or like Lord of the Rings like names and stuff, and now it's creating really dumb names. I gotta tweak it. But like here you got a bionic eye, although I don't think I'm gonna have name it a bionic eye, because it's gonna be kind of like Arcanum. And if anyone knows what Arcanum is, here's your childhood, your background for your childhood: caretaker, tender, forester, thief class. You can pick your classes, pick your different races. I'm kind of torn on the lifespan section. I don't know if I'll probably you might start out as a teen, or I don't think I'm gonna do baby. Your favorite color, just like in Rimworld. So if you got the character's wearing a lot of purple stuff. They get a little mood buff. They're what they're incapable of, and you can kind of randomize. And that's the character creation screen. Insta dead. The world does not care. Oops. So Arcanum is one of my. It's a good game, but the way the lore of this world is kind of. I don't know if anyone's seen this game. But it's one of the old Infinity Engine games from back in the day. And like, there's like, say your magic messes up technology and vice versa. So say you're like the train, you're trying to get on a train in this world. All right, man. Sounds good. Enjoy. But again, yeah, like if anyone wants to understand the lore that I'm kind of approaching, it's definitely Arcanum styled.
Awesome. Awesome to the max.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Okay, back to. So I've got my AI director, just like the AI director built. So basically, it kind of just like Randy Random and all the AI directors in Rimworld, it'll sit there and kind of monitor you and your like basically if you got kicked a bunch, you're like having a hard time or whatever, it might throw you a bone. But then as you get your colony build, you progress further in the game, get wealthier, the AI director will start to ramp up the danger level of the world and all that stuff and all that. So if you watch like a review on Elin, ELIN, and then if you obviously know Rimworld, you'll get what I'm trying to marry together with full controller support throughout. All right, back to town building. So what I'm going to do is, and again with an Octopath Traveler like graphical style, so you got kind of crunchy pixels and all that. I'm going to put a town here with a bridge across and a bridge to there, and then more of the town here, more of the town here. Trying to create my kind of starting area. Let me show you the crafting benches so far. So I've been working through the crafting system, and a very, very in-depth crafting system that you can basically, there'll be different types of trees in the world, and you knock them, like you build a pickaxe out of borel or oak or whatever. It'll have different hardness, and it'll bestow it with different properties. And then you can also like kind of transmogrify or attach like what I call regalia or runes to them to even change the outcome of the item you're about to make even more. So there's a lot of that stuff going on. So this is kind of the crafting benches that I'm working through. Right now I've got my item editor screen built, and this thing is a lifesaver. Saves me a ton of work because I can build the item definition here, the recipe for that item, and all the properties. So say this chainmail vest, I could add a thorns property to where when you get hit, it will damage the attacker, or or give it a container property. But what it does is it groups, it's all data driven. Every system I've built is event and data driven. So anyone can design a new item for the game just by building a new data object like this. and it saves it all together here. And it's just really powerful. I can author new items and into the game and all that stuff. And like you're basically, yeah, and there's gonna be tons of properties that you can attach to items. Right now I've just got the core ones. Yep, and I'm all about the emergent gameplay. That's what I'm really trying to focus on, the emergent gameplay and the player freedom. Like, watch reviews on Elin and dig into Elin. Like, it is that dev Noah is crazy. He's a solo dev, sort of like Rimworld.
Hey people, Seth here.
This is not the best review, but it's a
Seth
review.
here. I broke my microphone again. These lines come directly from a $10 webcam. Elin has reached early access. This is the equivalent of the CIA putting crack in black neighborhoods. But for the neurodivergent community, Elin is a game where I imprison the elderly, turn them into livestock, and have them lay eggs to make a new generation of senior citizen. Naturally, every grandpa starts off as a baby, needs to be
If you love
breastfed by other
Rimworld,
grandpas
Elin
until they come of
has
age
a lot of
and
those
fed a
Rimworld
stable diet of
aspects,
pastured hay to grow
but
old and
it's
brittle, at which point I
got
can
so
also
many
blow
crazy
real steam
systems
to
and
generate
all. It's just
electricity
nuts
so I can
how
power my
in
logs
depth
and
this game
watch
is.
Sailor
But
Moon. I have a lack of beds, so there's a tower of pensioners stacked on top of each other every night. Each day, my population explodes, as a hot spring incubates faster than an actual womb. And each day, it contracts, as I put a for sale sticker on Grandpa's forehead. Legally, I have a license. Morally, I pay the church, in the same fashion as Bill Gates tortures his body double every day to evade karma. As long as I buy a letter of indulgence, I can sell 20 pensioners and still work off my karmic debt. I'm an upstanding citizen. They are untouchables, and I will not reincarnate into a water bug. But first, a message from our sponsor at Raytheon.
yeah, so again, watch that review on Elin's. It's just crazy. Like, I love the amount of systems and depth that game has, and I'm trying to bring, you know, these two games together. But let's get some houses up in this beach. Any Unity devs out there or developers? Or you guys just came from Rimworld stream? Where's this at? Simple finishing. Is there a normal map on that? That just seems a little too detailed. Or yep. I do a lot of printer work at, I'm a PLC engineer, or I'm a software engineer by day, you know, game dev by night. I do a lot of PLC automation, so I do a lot of high-speed software hardware interactions and building machines to, if you get your prescriptions mailed to you, there's a good chance I've had a hand in it in one way or another. But I build a lot of big pharmacy factories and stuff like that. I really enjoy the PLC side of development too. Like, if I was just working on a website or something, like a web service, and didn't have like the physical side of the things that I'm building, it would be boring as hell. I enjoy what I do. All right. Let's lay things out here. I need a bridge, man. I'm looking to collab with any artist or people that would be, you know, good at level design too. I'm a much better programmer than I am, an artist, but I'm actually a decent artist. I'm actually really pretty good, but yeah, my heart's in it, the programming side of things. So I'm getting to the point where I need someone to help me create some art or textures, essentially, to get some stuff along. Foliage. I don't want to keep this asset pack in here, but I need bridges. And this one doesn't take up a lot of space. I'm also I'm modding support from the beginning too. After this, I'm probably, this week gonna finish getting modding started or implemented. That way, I just want to, the sooner I support that, the better things will be. But like you see here, this asset here is just really clean textures and stuff. So this bridge probably won't stay geometry wise, but I would, if it does, I'm going to retexture it with a better texture, a more octopath looking texture. Yeah, the UVs are, it's not crap. I can't. This is a palette texture, so they just took the UVs on a 3D model, squashed them down, and pointed at a color on a palette. So I can't just drag a new texture onto it to make it look better at the moment. I gotta take it in Blender and fix it. But this will get me through to build this little town. I just got tired of developing in a little test scene with like a flat plane or whatever. So I spent the day today building this little environment here. Yeah, the Octopath Traveler style is really what I'm going for. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. We'll see. And then, again, some people don't like the depth of field and all the post-processing, so it's going to be a toggle. Or you can turn it on and off with my approach to the art direction. But I really like the Octopath Traveler style. But again, it's going to have technology too. So you're going to have guns and all that. Because of the way the Arcanum spin, whereas you got magic and technology in a world and they collide. This is all temporary. I'm just trying to get something slapped together so I can develop in a better environment, a more stable home. I don't know how I'm going to connect those three. I need a piece that is like a T piece. I don't think I have a T piece right now. Again, I don't even want to use these bridges because they're from an asset pack. Again, that I have to do more work to retexture these guys than it's worth when I have other assets that I can retexture easier and all look better. Yeah, I'll cancel this. Hold on. I'm just gonna do the houses. I even got the Rimworld like health system simulated, where the body, each limb, organ, eyeball, all that's simulated, so you can go right here, go to entities, player. So you got like the heart or health is your torso, heart, lungs, kidneys, jaw, feet, all that stuff. Go back here. So again, it's going to be like a, yeah, Octopath version. It's going to look way better than Elin and Rimworld, but I'm also trying to approach the art style where I can still be fast and I'm not being held up because an art asset takes me weeks to complete, you know, right? Like Rimworld is awesome because it's really focused on the gameplay and functionality, and it isn't held back by the graphics as much as other games would have been. So, and I have a lot of disposable income, so I buy a shitload of assets, and I've got a big repository of things. So I typically have a model or a texture to fit my needs for most things, but I'm to the point where I need someone to help me get more textures onto different assets that were not in the pixelated kind of vibe. Yep. I'm thinking about kind of this, your character being kind of chess pieces. Like when you do fight, like right now, they just kind of like, they kind of animate and bump into each other, and then a particle effect goes off. And then eventually there'll be what you'll see the weapons in their hands. And I'm probably gonna do, or your outfit, your gear will reflect on you and all that. Let me put some enemies in here. I don't know where they're at actually right now. Hold on. Do. And again, like I said, I'm looking to find some artists to help draw and design some new enemies and all that good stuff. So I kind of got some stand-in stuff here. I don't know why I got so many. Oh, they need billboard scripts. Hold on. Let me do this. I forgot. I added that afterwards. Oh, these are still sprites. They're not scaled up quite right anymore. All right, so now their turns won't, or they're not billboarding. What the hell? Or wait, did I apply it to him? I've had these guys disabled for a minute. Yeah. And I need to fix their scripts since I updated the pathfinding. If I turn on time, or so when you aren't moving and you're not taking an action, the game is paused. And so your speed and their speed factor into everything. They all got really slow speeds right now, but oh no, this button's broke now since I linked the time of day to my movement too. It was, yeah. Kind of get the gist of, basic combat here. So it's buggy right now. I haven't spent a lot of time on that. So yeah, there's that. Oh shit, it's 11:30. Feels like a PTO day tomorrow. I'm banking my PTO. I'm gonna take most of the December or November and December off. I just gotta be good till then. All right. So I got the camera controller created tonight. I've got the camera controller adjusting the depth of field. Again, I built this whole little scene here so far and got a lot of the assets in that I want. I got my pixel crunchy water tonight. I need to check in is what I need to do. I'm telling you what, man, my beard has led to so many raids lately. It's crazy.
Awesome. Awesome to the max.
Oh yeah, let me drop my socials for you guys too. Again, I work in all kinds of different things, and I've been experimenting in all kinds of new tech. Where am I at? My brain. Okay, I'm not gonna check in that. I love learning, dude. I love trying new stuff. And again, I get like the deep research reports have taught me a whole lot of new things and stuff. Like I've built out these, like the planetary generation, the rainfall, the erosion, the sea level algorithms and all that, like taught me how to do all that. And then so again, this is kind of this game is about 2.5 months along, right? And I've built up the systems using this workflow. So basically what I do is say I want to build a feature, right? I hit deep research on Gemini and it's like, I want to create a crafting and inventory system that uses scriptable objects objects and is data driven. It is event driven. And Unity 6.2 C#. And so I whatever I want to learn about or do, first thing I do is kind of kick off a deep research report. And what it'll do is it'll do this really deep analysis and create this really deep this report that covers a lot of things. So this is what it looks like once you get it. So here's my project plan for localization and using UI Toolkit as well. So I said I want to approach, or this is the project plan, not the actual deep research. So I create the deep research doc, and then I create a project plan from that deep research that I have phases or sprints essentially. And I work through those, and I use that project plan to keep me on point and so I've basically been documenting every feature along the way here. Where's it at? Game UI controller, deep research report, crafting station, project plan, building an emergent AI director, a technical guide to a game like Elin. So this is kind of like laying out the AI director, some of that stuff, but this is what a deep research report looks like. You just get a lot of really in-depth info. So basically after you do this, it'll say, okay, here's what I'm going to do. You kick it off. Now you just step away. It takes a while. Now you can come back to that. And this is another thing that's really cool. So you got that deep research about whatever subject you want, right? And then next thing I do is I open the canvas, I attach that deep research document. So here is my project plan for localization, and say, give me a detailed project plan. Can't spell. And then now it'll analyze the deep research and give me a project plan. And then once I have that project plan, I basically work through it with the AI if I use AI to build it. And I have the AI update the project plan as we go, because when you're using a canvas, it has the documents that you give it. And so here it creates the project plan. So sprint 1, deliverables all the way down to phase 4, right? Or sprint 2. And like I review it, and if it's good, I like it. If I can make amendments to it and save that off. But after it's made, I always go to export docs, and I export it to docs right here. That way it's in my G drive, and I can reference it later on. Or if for some reason Gemini is not able to nail it or whatever, I can take the project plan and go to ChatGPT and see if it has it or whatnot or whatever. And I use this to keep me, again, I got ADHD and I hate Jira. I hate project planning in general. I hate doing stories and cards, and I don't want to go to Trello or whatever and have to slide cards and make cards. This is how I project plan, and it's so much more powerful and streamlined. But basically, say I come back tomorrow. I've got through half of this plan. I come back tomorrow. I will open it up, I'll put the project plan in here, and I will attach the code right here so I can upload all my scripts, because I keep them in a folder, and I can give the entire code base to Gemini with the project plan, and I'd say, hey, do a code review and against the project plan, and update the project plan and tell me where we are, and then let's continue on, and then stuff like that. And another cool thing, after you have a deep research, yep. So another really, really badass thing is you take whatever research documents you have, even if they don't come, any kind of thing you want to learn or like know more about, even if it's not a deep research report or it's just a report you found from the web or you've wrote yourself, I come over here and then I go to Notebook LM, and then I attach that deep research report right here. So this is the deep research on how to do modding in Unity with UMod 2.0 and Roslyn. And the way modders are going to be able to work my game is they're going to use Unity too. They're going to use the same tools that I do to build the game. And you making a mod is going to be so powerful and easy. People will be able to add new levels, content, new logic. Once I have the modding stuff a little further along, it's going to be crazy amazing. But so I take the deep research here, attach it as a source. Then I come over here and I hit audio overview. And there's the deep dive, brief, critique, or debate. I like to do a long deep dive and then hit generate. And what it'll do is it'll analyze the deep research and create an AI podcast. And then like if I'm away from the house and I'm like I'm planning through a new game feature, I'll do this and I'll sit there and listen to this report.
Where we really try to get into the weeds on tough technical challenges for developers and
this is like 47-minute long AI podcast about this research.
Yeah, make it make sense.
Exactly. So today we are immersing ourselves in community content.
And you can do mind maps too off the research.
Client-side mod support in Unity.
Right.
This isn't just some, nice-to-have feature anymore, is it? It feels more like a critical long-term strategy these days.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, implementing modding well is probably the single best way to extend your game's lifespan, keep it relevant years after launch, and build a really engaged community around it.
So if you're building a modern game, say in Unity 6, and you're thinking PC, maybe console, knowing how to build this kind of external, flexible framework is, it's pretty much non-negotiable.
It really is, and we are going deep today.
So this is the deep research report. It's thinking through things. It's researching all these websites. And I actually like to click into these and see what it's reading. Right here. This is a $20 Google subscription. All this stuff I'm showing you right here, I've not ran into like limits or whatever. Like, this is how I use it, right? And I've used it to learn, to plan, and then implement. So it's research, plan, implement, research, plan, implement, and that's how I've been grinding through features that way.
We have to do this really critical safety check. I know this has caused a ton of confusion for developers. When we say UMod, we need to be crystal clear, right? Because there are two very different things with that name, and picking the wrong one, your whole strategy is basically dead on arrival.
It's absolutely crucial. The modding world is full of similar names for totally different tools. It happens.
Yeah.
So the framework we're digging into today, the one designed for client-side stuff, assets, scenes, player scripts, UI tweaks, that's Trivial Interactive UMod 2.0. It's on the Unity Asset Store. It's component-based.
Okay. Trivial Interactive.
So this research, I was going to try to, because the game is controller first, right? I could take this to consoles easily because I've really focused on controller support from the get-go. But after I got through this deep research and I was learning about how to implementing mods on a console, I've abandoned the idea. I may still port it to console, and I will just keep deploying quality of lives of the most popular mods, maybe to console. But to do it on PC, Linux, Mac, UMod, it's a breeze. I can get it going. People can make new stuff, new code, new scripts, new items, new maps, new whatever they want to make. Everything is makeable or moddable in that fashion. And it's easy to do because you get to use the Unity editor instead of having to decompile and hack in and create external libraries that plug in and basically you override methods in the existing code. Some games that don't plan for modding in the forefront are really hard to mod later on because it was a forethought, or the community took it upon themselves to figure out how to mod it. And that's usually not when you don't have the developer and the modding community working together. It makes modding super hard. So I'm thinking about it from the beginning. Yeah, they're on Twitch, Michael. But on console, most of the games that support mods, I found out, are only content or data, or like you can't add new scripts or code, right? A lot of the times. Yes. Yep. It's localization, modding, multiplayer. Those things are all best thought about at the very beginning. And if you try to shoehorn them in later, you're going to be in a world of pain. It's doable, but this research basically had me, I was like, oh shit, man, like I'm not doing modding. One, I have to use intermediate language to C++. I can't just do the Roslyn C# compiler stuff. It's a lot harder, and you gotta get approval for your game to be moddable on the consoles. You gotta worry about ESRB ratings and stuff like that. So if someone uploads a mod to your, you are responsible for moderation. And the delivery system to consoles is crazy. Like Bethesda has their own delivery system, Farming Simulator does. But again, that's content. It's new textures, models, not new game features a lot of the time. Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the exceptions where you can add new logic and scripting to it, but they wrote their own scripting language specifically that modders use called story time or something like that. So they can do mods on console that actually are more complicated than adding a new monster or a new weapon, like anyways, it was really cool because yesterday, or I think it was the day before, I was like, I'm doing console modding and PC modding. And now I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing console modding. No, thank you. But now this deep research report's done, even though I've already built my crafting inventory system. So now I would export this to my G drive just so I have it. But I like doing this too. You can create a web page off of it, or an infographic or a quiz. And these web pages are pretty damn cool. Like another way to digest this information. But yeah, that's my workflow. And it's part of, again, me kind of defining and teaching people about it, and because I'm going to be doing a keynote speech at one of the top colleges in the world about, AI automation and stuff, and all of that. So it's pretty cool. I still can't, I'm a college dropout, right? And these guys are all doctorates. Like this, what the people, these are some smart people I'm going to be presenting alongside, and it's just kind of blowing my mind that I'm even in this position. But I'm excited for that. November, I'll be giving my keynote, and it's a university up in Canada. I think it's like one of the top 5% of colleges in the world too. Just a old college dropout, dropping knowledge at a college. All right. Oh man, it's getting late, but I don't want to stop. What can I do? Oh yeah, I was gonna clean up the project and check in for bed. Oh lordy. Dude, it's powerful. Try it. Like something you want to do. It doesn't even have to be about game development. It's just something you want to learn or do. Do what I just did. And while you're on your phone, you can kick off that report. You can create the project plan too, but then you can create that AI podcast, and you're out and about. You got your earbuds in. You get to listen to the report and like learn as you're passively doing things through your day. It's super powerful workflow, man. I mean, I don't know, like it's really, really, I've learned so much since I started doing deep research reports and all that stuff. Like, but I already knew a lot about programming and engineering, right? I've been doing this since I professionally since 2011, but since I was a teenager. So I've been decades of programming. So, but again, it's allowed me to, I go back and look at the games, the other game I've built about a year ago that I didn't ship because I ended up getting on the traveling for work to the East Coast and shit a lot. So I didn't have time. And this one here in 2.5 months, the features I have built and how cleanly architected it is, everything is data driven. It's designer friendly. A non-programmer can add a class, can add a weapon, can add a new background or a childhood or adult background, a new health effect, a new body part, a new talent, most everything is a data object. And so like the game's content is designer friendly. And again, data driven games are easily moddable because even modders who aren't programmers can expand the game. They can add a new object, a new weapon easily. It's because you don't change the code, you just create a new data object and you fill it out. Yeah, this is my item editor here. I don't know if I showed you guys this yet, but right here, and I'm going to expose this screen to the modders too. So when you open up Unity and import my modding package, you'll have access to this. But you can make the item definition here, the recipe, and then save it all off and then tweak whatever you want. So I'm paying it forward to myself. I built a lot of tools like that to make my life easier as I go about things. Quality of life for developers is important too. Oh yeah, delete. So okay, I deleted that. Voxel Nest, I love you. But again, I am looking for an artist to work with. So if you know anyone, have them follow me and DM me. Or again, I'm really looking for someone who can create textures like this. Well, it's a whole planet. You procedurally generate a planet, and then I have all that data. The planet data is then you pick a spot on the planet you want to go to, and it'll generate a map just like this one. Because I have the geographical data to generate the terrain from the planet. So it's a planet for real and so far. But right now I'm working through, I don't have procedural cities or buildings or anything like that yet. Yeah, sorta, but yeah, just a single planet. not No Man's Sky. I just wish he would let me, or that he would charge for DLC. Ever since the whole launch, the bad launch of No Man's Sky, that they have just done the biggest recovery in gaming history, man. Like every time they drop a new DLC, it's just like, please make it a paid DLC. We want to give you money now. I'm just going to buy more copies of the game and send them to people. All right, let me check in. Is there anything else I need to trim before that? No. Yeah, well, you can mod the world generation system. So if you want to add a new feature or thing to world gen or local map gen, you're going to be able to. A lot of this is just the assets that I've added that match the art style I was after. This is a really cool feature too. So my check-in notes here, like I have the AI analyze the check-in. So I can hit this button right here. It'll analyze all the changes, the pending changes before I check into source control. Now this is a big one because I added a ton of crap, but it'll create my check-in notes. It'll say a new camera controller was created, new assets were added, some assets were removed, a new water system was added, and all that. Like, but again, it may fail because it's just such a big check-in. but it allows me to get really detailed notes that really accurately describe what was changed in this this part and during this check-in. Yeah, I just knew it was going to fail. So new assets or level design, water systems, camera controller. Yeah, I use GitHub Desktop a lot. It's my kind of go-to. I'm gonna check this in. I don't like checking in art assets that I'm not committed to in the game, but everything that I've added, I think, is going to be able to be leveraged because it's all chunky pixel stuff, and it's prefabs and buildings and modular pieces that I know I will probably leverage. But I've been very diligent about not adding anything art wise or anything that I'm not committed to source control. So if it's something I was just playing with, and again, I don't even bring it in if I'm just like checking it out either. I've been very diligent about that because it's easy to kind of try to check in or bring in something, think it's going to work for you, then it's not, and you don't take it out right away, or then you check it in. The most permanent fix is a temporary one. All right. Well, I hate to hop off, but I got so much energy though. Like I'm gonna go a little longer. So what's something I can fix real quick or implement? What's midnight? Time is a terrible construct. Let's look at the assets and kind of get a feel for what I'm going to do. Oh, I didn't save the scene either. It's been forever since I saved. I better. So here's a bunch of assets that are in the format that I'm looking for. That kind of Octopath Traveler 2D crunchy pixels, the crunchiest. That wasn't the scene I was after. What the fuck? That's weird. These two assets come from the same author, but I think one asset overrode the test scene of another. Been really impressed with this guy's work. I'm almost thinking about just emailing him and asking him if I can pay him to create more content in this vein and just give it, or, let me get it directly. I guess he could sell it on the asset store too if he wanted to. Oh, I haven't indexed these ones yet. That's right. In Unity, if you can alt click this, it'll collapse everything for you. Saves a lot of time. Yeah, it did override the scene. Weird. Ah. Hate when mod authors do that. They show a scene in the asset, but then they just give you all the pieces like this. I gotta fix the textures. You've been making some damn good progress on Godot, man. Like you've been killing it. Well, that's obviously not right. Is there? For the love of the game. Yep. Editor scripts are amazing. There we go. There we go. This one didn't have a lot of content, but it was only like, I think $7 or something. It's got plenty of textures though that are really good that I'm going to be leveraging. Yeah, now I'm going with 3D trees. So I may just take and well, I gotta make that two-faced. Hold on. Front and back. Interesting. Yeah, the other scene, all the trees in there, they have 3D trunks. And it's a 3D tree because the leaves are just quads that have textures on them. Specular. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to play with the texture here because these are only forward facing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix this. A lot of good pieces, but mostly the textures is what I was after here. I haven't played Foxhole in a while, dude. Like, it's such a great game. I miss defending the front lines with the boys. Man, I really, really love Foxhole. I did a 24-hour stream for Foxhole. There's actually going to be multiplayer aspects of the game, but it's not like your traditional multiplayer. It's sort of like Death Stranding or things other players can do can echo into other players' worlds, and then I think I may have the economy be affected by all the players as a whole, or there's going to be some stuff like that, and you can visit like your friend's colony, or you can share a residence. Like, I don't know, I'm thinking of some multiplayer aspects, but it's not going to be true multiplayer. It's going to be more of a database that is used to communicate events. Like when players die, there's like a death board, and you can see, like, you can go look at it and see all the players dying that are playing the game right now, or certain events that they are doing get fired off. Grasslands dirt. No, I mean that's just, it's not really multiplayer, but it is. If you know what how Death Stranding is, like, players can affect the world, and like say a player dies in a dungeon, right? And they die, they'll put an echo in the database, and then you go to that dungeon level, and you have a chance of coming across a dead player's body, and it could have some items on it to help you out. So you dying can be beneficial to another struggling adventurer and stuff. I'd probably just use SQL. I'm not up on all. I might try Spacetime DB, but a lot of times, like when you get into those new database systems and all that stuff, like, it works fine for most use cases, and then finally you come across a use case that it doesn't work for. And what really happens a lot of times, like vector databases for AI and RAG, right? Yeah, you can use a dedicated vector database, but the vector database features have already been baked into SQL and all the, so SQL, it's probably what I'm going to go with. I don't need anything crazy. I don't need any advanced features. I'm probably not going to be like, no need for like a crazy new database, like, yeah, technology. There's just no need for it. And a lot of times those new database technologies end up getting rolled into SQL Server and SQL and all that. But, it is what it is. All right, I got to do some work on this asset. But these textures, I want to take them. That's just my experience, and I've seen tons of the tech come out and like NoSQL databases and all this other stuff, right? And yeah, a lot of times that whatever that cool new thing is, it gets worked into the existing enterprise products that have already been out there and been running the world forever. No, yeah, like, so say you die, you're basically echoes. Certain things you do will create echoes in the database. And those echoes will, whenever a player like enters a dungeon level, it will check for recent echoes from players. And echoes have life, like they'll go away, get deleted eventually, but you died in the database. Your echo left a health potion and some bandages or something. And then another player comes across they got your echo in that database. So especially the AI director is going to be watching things, and if you're having a hard time or whatever, you have a bigger chance of randomly running across like another player's dead body with some stuff on it and things like that. If you're just going through killing stuff, you know, like you may not see it. It's going to be a neat system. I'm still thinking through all the ways it'll work. All right, yeah, it's 12. I should go to bed. I don't want it. I don't want it, people. Appreciate the raids lately, man. Like, my beard is the raid getter. That's the last two raids, or the two raids I've got since I started streaming again, have been because of my beard. Like, I love my beard even more. All right. Yes, I'm going to bed. Going to bed. Did I check in? I'm checked in. Oh, wait. Did the burn-in on my monitor go away? Hold on. It did. Haha. My Wacom tablets didn't get burned in. I don't know what that was. I could see my wallpaper for a little bit there. It's an LCD. I don't know, man. I was really worried my Wacom tablet was messed up. I've had it for years now, so something, you know, something's going to happen to it eventually. Yep. I'm going to bed. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for the raid again, and everyone that's given me a follow lately or tonight. Hit the like, subscribes, all that good stuff, and I appreciate y'all so much. And again, keep tabs on my progress. Like, I'm hoping to have a playable build that I'm putting in the Discord by January, because I'm real close to having that gameplay loop, at least the MVP, the minimal viable product, ready to test. Because, like, I've got the colonists, they're able to like look for ingredients in containers or find them in the environment and fill out, or go to workstations. Say if I put a bill into a workstation to make 20 clubs, they can do that and all that good stuff. So again, I'll try to showcase some more of those systems. I just don't have them all set up right now because I was doing a lot of level design. Alrighty, but talk to you guys, and I will see you again, or if not, have a good one.